Good morning. It is Thursday, March 4th, 2021. And it is time for another Let's Build Citizen Livestream. Let's get started. All right, get the tweets out. All right. So, exciting day today because I was able to create the community for CQYs. So join that community, and we'll talk about how CQYs are about to make NFTs look like a POS. Am I right, y'all? Am I right? What's up, Miguel? We're literally disrupting what it means to be human. Gotta get the CQY, profile picture right. Remember, if anybody asks what CQYs are, there's really only two appropriate responses. One of them, technical mumbo jumbo, just make something up. Or two, just talk about how transformative it is. Before CQYs, life was basically being lived without the invention of the wheel. People were driving on squares. Now, the wheel has been invented. All right, so we got forgotten and changed password flows handled. Of course it's not a troll, Miguel. It's gonna make NFTs look like bullshit. CQYs are truly the future. And it's only here. All right. 1 second, bear back. CQI is a joke that we started on the last stream. That's really what it is. It's basically making fun of NFTs. I'm better than okay, Miguel. Because I got in first on destroying the status quo. The other day, I saw somebody tweeting, it's beyond, if you're investing now, you're too late. I saw a tweet from somebody that I had followed. Well, he will remain nameless. But they were tweeting that clearly NFTs are the solution to college debt. And here was the idea. You just create an NFT for your degree. And then you sell the NFT to your college degree. And just like that, we'll pay off those student debt loans, those college loans. Just like that. People were replying like, what? Why? Why would that work? So that one unfortunately earned an unfollow from me. Sorry, bro, but that's just too stupid. And I was trying to think about it, like, okay, let's actually try to strongman his argument, steelman his argument. You know, not strawman it, but steelman it. What would it be? And I'm guessing what it would have to be is that, like, somebody out there decides that purely for, like, the artistic vanity purpose, which is what NFTs are kind of about. They're conspicuous consumption of artwork. It's the equivalent of buying a painting and hanging it on your wall or putting it in a vault. So, okay, the concept would have to be, if I own the NFT to, like, 99% of all of the college degrees, it'd be an avant-garde form of art that is inherently valuable. Okay, maybe. Maybe there's somebody out there who would be into that. But then, if you're talking about this solving the student debt crisis, those NFTs on an individual basis would have to sell for close to the amount of debt that that person's holding. What is that going to be, like $60,000 on average? Even if you're charitable and take it down to like $20,000. Take that number of student loans, what are they, like 100 million? I don't know, 50 million? Use conservative numbers, 10 billion. We're talking about billions of dollars. It'd be the worst art investment ever. I think that was the moment that CQIs were born. Because if we're solving student debt, what can't we solve? You know, what can't we solve? Yeah. Why not just, I don't know, do a wealth tax and nullify student debt? That would actually work. It's basically the same idea. Except you're missing something. You're missing something, Miguel, which is that the NFT, that rich person left with assets, the NFTs, a purely speculative asset with no capacity to convert it in any other meaningful way, but an asset nonetheless. I mean, you know, you gotta ask what the resale value would be of an NFT of every person's diploma. I don't know. It's gonna be hard to recoup that billions of dollars initial purchase. Listen, we Americans pride ourselves on how much it sucks to be an American. That's the song, you know, I'm proud to be an American, 'cause at least I know it sucks. Alright, I'm procrastinating right now. It's got some major Thursday vibes. Well, so I got a couple of last to-dos around the whole email thing. Got to document how you set up the SMTP. Get that handled, no big deal. And then we need to get in some flows for doing account recovery and what have you whenever you are not going to set up SMTP on your home server, which will be a lot of people. But I don't want to do that today. I want to get back into features. We've been doing the boring stuff all week. Important but boring. Actually, I'm not sure about blocking and muting it. But these are the things I want to hit. Post reactions, post editing, and images and posts. I kind of think actually the thing I want to hit first is images and posts. Because we're just missing it, you know? It's just obviously not there. And it's tragic not to have. And this is a little bit of a challenging question. I don't have it all worked out in my head yet. Here is our post schema. And the question we got to ask ourselves is, how do we want to represent information like this? And why it's challenging is that we want to try to be thoughtful and future-proof our design as much as possible. It's not a tragedy if we have a little bit of a kludge. Arguably, this is a little bit kludgy. Text and extended text. Not terrible, but a little kludgy, right? And there's... So, you know, it's possible that, for instance, the schema just is a little bit, shows its age. You know how that is whenever you get something where you're like, no, those semantics aren't really perfect on that data structure. Clearly this evolved in an unpredicted way over time. That happens. It happens. Obviously that's what you want to avoid. But if it does happen, it's no big deal. You bring in the new approach and then you sort of phase out the old one over time. You could do that. No big deal. But here are the considerations we got here. The first is what kinds of things are going to be behaving like images. And then, you know, how do we want the images to be represented in the posts? What is our approach here? The way that Twitter does it, you know, is that you're attaching images kind of at a high level with no sort of relationship to the rest of the content. It's just like attached images. And then they get automatically laid out in the post by whatever kind of system that they establish. It's you learn how they do it. It's like, you know, if you got 2, they're put side by side. If you got 3, it's 1, 2, you know, and then if it's 4, I think it's probably an even grid. And that's a fine approach. It's relatively low touch. There is a degree to which you run into with Twitter the problem of, like, you know, when people want the text to relate to the image somehow, like there was that meme for a while, how it started, how it ended, that was actually a pretty challenging meme to copy, because not only do you need to like space out the how it started, how it ended correctly, but the spacing would differ on mobile versus desktop, and so you would have wrapping around and it would ruin your meme. So, you know, is that something we want to fix? I don't know. I mean, I do like having the idea. Certainly I want to be able to have a post preview that does an actual rendering of the thing, so that you can see exactly what you're about to post. But then, of course, we also have something that Twitter didn't have. Not yet, but we're about to, which is the ability to edit posts. And when you can edit posts, you know, the preview is a little less important. You can post it and, oh shit, and readjust your formatting, things like that. So The auto layout approach is by far the simplest for us to represent in the data, and it's a very straightforward way to do the UI as well. There is such a thing as like overdoing it. So then we got to think about, okay, so images, sure. What about things like videos? What about things like audio? What about things like polls? What other kinds of objects would get attached to the post? Probably what will make sense is to generalize it as a media field, and then not worry about anything like polling at the outset. And then I don't see any reason why a post, which is a poll, if that's what ends up happening, if we end up supporting polls, I don't see any reason why they couldn't also show images. So a generic media approach seems fine. This then gets into a little bit of a second question, which is how does the extended text interact with images? Because it would be pretty easy to imagine a world in which text, which images can be put inside of the extended text. Rip off their cards standard. So if you're talking about, are you talking about, with their card standard, you're talking about like the social media graph tags that you put in HTML for links? Or are you thinking about ripping off their actual data schema? But, so the, at the outset, I'm inclined to say let's not worry about, actually implementing anything that puts images inside the extended text. There are a lot of overlapping concerns to think about with that. One, how do we sort of create rich text in the extended text? What's going to decorate it with the image embeds? I'm somewhat inclined to actually not use Markdown, but look at a form which is external annotations with indexes into the text. And my reasoning for that is that syntax, I think, is a little bit of a pain. There are times when syntax is really fun, but for, I think, in fact, what I would argue is that keeping the syntax, the posts syntax free from the Citizen Network schema's perspective, it leaves it open to communities creating their own syntaxes, perhaps, if they were so inclined. But it also has a nice benefit, which is if whenever you use syntaxes, if like for rich text or something like that, there is always the risk that a client won't support it and it starts to look bad. You start seeing, like the image tag in a post that should be in Markdown and it's not being rendered as Markdown by your client and things like that. Markdown also supports some things that you don't want and doesn't support some things you do want. It's not terrible, but I don't really love having headers, the header tags inside of extended text. I mean, if we did add them, it would really, at most, only be able to support like H2s and H3s because the main text is the H1. So, also, yeah. So that's kind of where my head's at with that, is using external annotations for rich text as opposed to using a syntax. And a nice thing about a syntax is that it is encoded into the schema, and the data schema, so there's a lot more clarity, whereas if you use a textual syntax, our JSON schema approach has no way to encode the control characters. I think what we'll just do here is add a media field, and just have a very simple auto layout. And then media inside of the extended text will be a future thing, along with rich text when we get there. And if and perhaps, you know, if we want to kind of introduce a system for, you know, you're going to still need to upload media with the post, whatever you're doing, the extended text stuff. So either that'll be a separate field like extended media, or there will be like a flag on the media objects which indicate whether or not to show in the post or to hide, so that it's only being used in the extended text. All right. Media. Type. Array. Items. Type. Object. Properties. I don't know about y'all, but I actually really like JSON schema. It's incredibly intuitive, and it is unbelievably feature complete. It's quite a good spec. In which regard? In the JSON schema regard, or is this about the TypeScript thing I did, or what are you talking about? Very true. I don't actually, the verbosity is not actually my strike against TypeScript. And as I've said many times, I actually really enjoy using JS doc annotations and putting it through the TypeScript compiler. The one reason that I try to stay away from TypeScript is to avoid a build pipeline when I absolutely don't need it. So especially, like, you know, I can't avoid that on the front end, unfortunately, because I need to bundle a minified blob. But on the server side, I don't have to deal with it, right? Now, if Node did something like Dino did, it had native TypeScript support, they'd probably get me. But as I said in my comment in the TypeScript community of Citizen, I actually think TypeScript is great. I just haven't adopted it yet, so it's become my running, you know, I I have to kind of tease the you know, I have to tease the TypeScript people because, yeah, I don't like build times, and I don't like having the JS artifacts getting produced, and I don't, you know, if I can avoid a build step, I'm happy. Someday you'll get me. Someday you will, but until then, I'm going to be the worst about it. I'm going to make fun of y'all as much as I can. Because it's actually, you know, obviously just a literally good thing, so, I'm sorry, I meant to say heathens, animals, barbarians. Anyway. You know, if TypeScript just used JSON schemas, maybe I'd have gone for it. All right, let me think. What other properties do we need? MIME type and the blog name are good. I could see getting an alt text in there at some point. I don't know if I want to implement that yet, but it's easy to add later. We're going to need both of these. I'm teasing TypeScript developers, and we're implementing images and posts. Also, oh, Sarapath, you're bringing the heat. TypeScript is just loud JavaScript. Also, Sarapath, if you haven't joined in on the exciting, transformative new community, the CQYs, you make sure you get in on that. It's changing the world. So how do servers manage upgrades? Say you release this new media feature and I'm running an old build of the server. Will my server break? Will there be plans to auto-update in the future? All right, you won't break. There's a couple of facets to this. If you don't support it, well, I suppose it's possible that a break would occur. I'm not being as maximally conscious of breaking changes at this stage as I would be once we're in the beta phase. But as far as synchronizing information from between servers, nothing like disastrous will happen. The JSON schemas are engineered in such a way that they are used to validate data both on read and write. And so you have some kind of guarantee that the data that comes out of the database, out of the the data mesh, won't violate how the code works internally. So your server won't just suddenly go clonk. If there is something that doesn't pass validation, it'll fail to read. But the changes that I make to the schemas are always backwards compatible. So if you had a post come out that didn't have the media property on it, it wouldn't break the system, at least at the low level. From there, it's up to me to avoid writing new web APIs, like RPC APIs, that like Citizenry is expecting, and then, it doesn't work, so the whole thing falls apart. Currently, I'm not handling that the way I should, but that is why I have this to-do right here, which actually has to do with generalizing basically all RPC and sort of reducing as many of these APIs here down to highly generic, basically almost database calls. So just like almost a straight pass through of put, list, things like that. The post would just, well, so one of the interesting facets of this is that we've separated the front end from the back end. So it's not like your front end software will fall behind. Now, if there was another app, front end that you're using other than citizenry.com, yeah, that could happen. The post would be displayed. You just wouldn't see the media. So there's some complex dynamics involved here, but we're doing our best to avoid ambiguity and to make sure that we reduce the number of ways that things could like fall into a disaster state, and worst case, ideally the only reason something wouldn't show up, so you have like this sort of ambiguity, is because your software is out of date, or because your software explicitly chooses not to support that feature. But it's really important that we at least have some clarity about what up-to-date means, which is why I've taken this strict approach to data schemas in the system, because I don't want to have a world in which, because anybody can extend the schema, nobody knows what the schema actually is. There needs to be some strong clarity in a spec about what's supported and what is not. And if you want to do new things, if you feel constrained by the official spec, you just need to create new data schemas that will be a different kind of data type. It's a atypical approach to this. Some people would say it's a little bit overly constrained, but I've done this for a long time. I did that with SSB, and it just became really clear that the coordination problem around data schemas is a nightmare if you don't give a really clear tool, high tooling solution to schema agreement. I gotta use the bathroom real fast. I'll be right back. I'll also say one of the things that helped me feel solidified in that view was reading some of the criticisms of ActivityPub by Diaspora developer, who was voicing the exact same things, that ambiguity in a spec is just really difficult to deal with. All right. We could add alt text, but I'm going to wait until we have time to actually implement that. We could introduce information about like the dimensions of the image or the size of the image. We could even consider a mechanism for multiple resolutions. This is one of the reasons I've been holding off on images and posts, is that there's some hard questions about it. So we got alt text, we got multiple resolutions. That's thinking about like, would people perhaps want to have a low res version that's like used in mobile mode or something like that? And like, that would be really key for a situation in which you want to be able to post high resolution images and have the kind of in the feed it be a low resolution. That strikes me as a useful feature. If it's a video, we're not going to support videos yet, but I got to think through where we're headed here. The pre-play image, I forget what that's called, like the poster, I think. Oh boy, cropping, I know. Oof, that was a bad one. Yeah, you know, poster / thumbnail shown before play. For video also, and audio, you start to get into things like metadata, like the title and description. Image, video dimensions, video, audio, time length. I guess actually audio won't use a poster. Video would. We do need to get some CQI support in there, you're right. Alright, we'll get CQI. How do we want to get that integrated? I would argue that alt text probably fits into the idea of metadata. At some point, there might need to be an NSFW flag. I'll put a question mark on things that I'm not sure we're going to hit on this version. You might also, at some point, want to do a credit or like source URL. Anything else we could think about here that would be important? You know, actually, what could help us on this? No, get out of here. Let's take a look at schema.org, because schema.org actually has a lot of this stuff. Ooh, they added a little UI in here. No, hang on. It's a horrendous UI. Come on, y'all, this isn't that hard. Yeesh. Alright, so they got caption, EXIF data. Would we want EXIF data? Kind of inclined not to include EXIF data, because that just seems like something that's asking for trouble. thumbnail, which is like the multiple resolutions. So media objects in general have things like bitrate. Is bitrate important for video? There's content size, duration, got that. Dimensions. Did we get dimensions in here already? Yeah. Some of this information is like, yeah, maybe useful, but also don't have to have it kind of stuff. And like finding the dimensions of a video, for instance, is, in an automated fashion, is kind of difficult. In fact, in some ways, it might be better to just know like an aspect ratio. Because what we're really trying to accomplish with this data, it's more than just like kind of, it's actually in some ways really not about like categorizing or cataloging information about the media. It's actually about driving the UI. So like more important than dimensions would be more like knowing, is it portrait or landscape? That kind of thing can be perhaps more useful to know. I'm not really sure knowing the dimensions of the, but maybe another one that is more accurate to know is low res or high res. That's actionable information right there, because then you know which one to show in the feed versus which one to show elsewhere. Copyright is kind of the credit source. And some of these things I'm just specking out so that we can know how they can be added to the schema later, as opposed to implementing them right now. You know, similar to the NSFW flag, spoiler flag. It's a good one to have. So there's basically, who made this? It's basically like for any given media object, I think there's actually like a blobs array. Actually, why don't we, yeah, blog. Tagging users, that would be not in the media. That would be elsewhere. Like in the actual posts metadata. I'm actually sort of inclined to say that the blobs should be an object. So we could do a pattern property which leaves us really open, or we could just actually spec. So it's going to be like, let's try to give it an example going here. So the question is like in the blobs object, what should the key names be here? I don't necessarily love doing what I'm doing here because we got thumb being reused in two places. That's fine. Full indicating like the full resolution version of it, which would be like optional, and just stick with the thumb if there's not a full one. But then we've also got like video and audio, which suggests that you could have an object in which you have all of these, and that's valid and ambiguous because then it's like, okay, wait a minute, should I be showing a video, or should I be playing the audio, or should I be showing the full res thing? So I'm kind of inclined to make full this key every time. I'm happy with the thumb key name, not happy with the full key name. Asset, item, original. Yeah, maybe original. That's feeling pretty good. So let's do caption, and that will encompass title for now, title, description, and alt text. I don't know if we need any of the dimension stuff yet, much less the length or anything like that. So we'll stick with that. And I'm thinking actually we don't do a sub-object for metadata and just do it like that, because no real benefit to doing it that way. That seems pretty good to me. And I'm guessing actually that original is like always got to be there. You can go without a thumb, but you can't go without the original. I think that's pretty good. I think we're getting everything we need out of that. Anybody think we're missing anything here? I guess Apocalypse, I wasn't totally fair to what you were suggesting earlier, because sometimes you do tagging people in images. But I'm kind of inclined not to do that. I've never really loved that feature. It struck me as one of those things where it's like, just as easily a kind of like, dude, don't tag me in that. It's a good idea. Yeah, I don't like being tagged in images. It's one of those things. Sometimes there's like the intended approach, which is like, oh, cool, somebody put a picture up of me that I wanted to get. That's like when it's working the way it's supposed to. And it works the way it's not supposed to when you're like, dude, don't share that picture of me and let people know that's me. One, and then the other one is whenever it's like not a picture about you, it's like they're shit posting or whatever, and can even be hurtful. It's just kind of a vector for abuse. Okay, where are your... Come on, y'all have... The activity vocabulary is what I'm looking for. And we want image. Where do you spec the actual attributes? Okay. So that's object. And then it's... So we got document, and document extends object. So is that saying that like image, I guess image and document don't add any properties to object, and an object that yeah, I guess that's all just shared properties between all of these things, and the subclasses are purely for identification. Doesn't seem to actually add properties. You got attribution, audience, content, context, name, end time, generator, icon, image, and reply to, location, preview. Huh. Okay, I'm not seeing anything here that we didn't think of. And the way they do the multiple blobs, it looks like, is to just have the URL list. And that can be with multiple links, and links can have that kind of information. All right. I don't think we are missing anything they got. Of course. All right. So I think we're good. I think we're ready to go. It's pretty straightforward. We've got a field for captions. We got support for multiple blobs, one of them being a thumbnail and another one being the original. And the logic is really just pretty straightforward. If you're rendering in the theme, you're going to try to go with the rendering in the feed. You're going to try to go with the thumbnail by default. And if you can't go with, there's no thumbnail, you stick with the original. Code the MIME type, and then we got the blob name. Blob name is created whenever you create a post. It's off of the author's feed. So, gets really cute. I'm gonna close this. Okay. Let's make sure that we spec this correctly. Right. Okay, we're looking good. So we're going to need a couple of things here. We're going to need some kind of API to just upload the blobs. That may just need to be a generic blobs API. And then the rest is up to the client to form correctly, and that's that. Okay. Let's get a blobs API going. Actually, we'll come back to you. Ow, kid! Ow, ow, ow! Why are you bad? She's acting feisty. I think it's gonna be playtime in a second. What should the blob size limit be? Seems like 2 megs would be a pretty generous default. We're not trying to do, big videos here. So I'm gonna go with 2 megs. Gosh, you got me right in the leg. You hurt me, kid. Alright, I'm gonna play with her a little bit, and I'm gonna spare y'all from the Nyan Cat and just do taking a break. So back in 15-ish. Hey, Clayton. We actually haven't done anything since the last time you tuned in. You know, just completely stagnated. So I just get on the stream and just sit here the whole time. People keep showing up. Don't know why. Actually, the real question is why people keep showing up despite my really terrible sense of humor. That's the real question. When did you tune in last? I can give you an overview of what's all happened since then. All right. Let's go ahead and get a blobs.delete going here. And maybe a blobs.put would be wise as well. Blobs.put makes me a little nervous in some ways because, like, the blobs are in a kind of a single namespace, and they got to think about how permissions get introduced in the future for, like, an app. It's like, I would like to have access to changing your profile picture. Okay, that's fine. I'd like to be able to change any blob in your database. Okay, well, that's a problem. So constraining the API so that you can't choose the name except for cases like putting the avatar could kind of get around that. I don't know. I have to think about that more in the future. I guess if we did a... Yeah. Yeah. Cat, you're killing me. Choose what you want out of life. CS, you know. It's probably the only reason I'm not just constantly naked. Okay. So that really is everything we got to do on the server side. Just you know, the rest of it should just be on the client side. And we need a generic blobs endpoint. Yeah, zoom this out a little bit to see. This is going to need to eventually support range requests, but it'll be fine for now. So now let's get into the front end here. Oh, you know what I need to do? Still need to add the blobs API to this. So now we got to think about the UI for this. Whoa, that's a lot of errors. Now comes the real fun work. Oh. Also need to update this menu because it's not great on mobile. If it gets too long, it starts to overflow. So, improve post to menu in Composer. Maybe we do it similar to this little opening thing. You know, maybe there's no point in doing it like that. Instead, we could just move that edit image button down there. I thought I had a transparent version. Guess not yet, so we'll just get that done. It feels alright. for anybody not in the know, image or file inputs in HTML are usually pretty ugly. So a really common pattern that I use often, I think a lot of other people do, is to create the image input or the file input, but hide it. And then you have some button that is, you create that looks nice. And when that gets clicked, on click add image, you just manually fire the click event on the file input. And that solves the problem. Nice little trick. Okay. Wouldn't private communities be pretty easy to make? I guess the problem is then just having to support a bunch of traffic that the server doesn't really benefit from. No, it's not about the benefit. That ain't what this is about. No, the problem with private communities is twofold. Well, really just one, which is that anytime somebody makes a post, they actually write the post to their personal database. And that means that there's no way to hide that post from people looking at the actual Hyper-V database. So we need to get at rest encryption to do private communities. Oh, thanks, Joseph. No, there's no workaround the lack of privacy. It's just everything's public right now. If you know the Hyper-B's address, you can pull down all the activity by a given user. Okay. Let me think now. Hey, Nish. Hey, Lorenzo. So let's do a 4, I'm thinking a 4:3 image ratio for the thumb. I guess it actually doesn't matter We don't have to do that kind of thing. We just need to choose a maximum dimension for the thumb, which I'm guessing max thumb dimension. Let's say 256 pixels. Hey, kitty catty. You a bad kitty? You're a bad little kitty. Come here. Yeah, come here. Yeah! Got a kid on the stream. Gonna be a good kitty? You can be bad. The trick to having a kitty is you gotta kiss him a lot. Get some more drink here. I've stopped playing the CTZN thing because I got too many complaints. People are just kind of like, come on, man, I don't want to listen to Nyan Cat on repeat for a solid 15 minutes. What am I doing? That's the old way of doing things. We don't use semantic types anymore. Alright. Okay, let's see how we're doing here. So you missed the Nyan Cat, huh? Okay. Excuse All right. All right. So, a couple of changes we got to make here. Obviously. One of them is that we ought to actually be able to select multiple items. Okay, that sort of worked. Can't read property split of null. They are going, so the architecture is actually that we don't use hyperdrive. We have a separate hypercore that gets created, and the Hyper-B actually points to the hypercore where the blocks are stored. So it's like a, kind of like a, copies the same premise in a way. And, sorry about that. I've been told I should tone down the sneezes, and not really sure how I accomplish that. There we go. So we need to change a little bit about how this is being done, so that we actually go with the biggest image as opposed to the littlest. Yeah, it is. Okay, that's now working the way it should. And we actually want to use the dimensions in a way. So we're going to remove the explicit width and height there. But we're going to put it on the canvas. We do canvas.set attribute. And let me think here. So the biggest dimension, I think I'll just do zone times. This little trick right here, for those that aren't familiar, the little pipe and followed by a circle. That is using the bitwise OR operation against 0. Bitwise OR against 0 has no effect on the content, but in JavaScript, bitwise operations coerce your data from being a double, or I believe it's a double internally, into being an integer. So it's a way to basically drop the decimal points. Will users eventually be able to walk away with their profile data? Yes. Yes. That's what we refer to as rehoming. Okay, nailed it. So that's going good. Me and my rehomies. So now we just need a way to set the caption and optionally remove an image. Okay, coming along. That image supposed to be white? Oh yeah, it is actually. Okay. No worries. Okay, be right back. I need to use the bathroom. Okay. Now I just need a button to remove. What the heck? You're removing the wrong image. Actually, I bet it's not. It's just a difficulty around the canvas IDs changing. That's exactly what that is. So I need to do it like this, where we just null it out, so to speak. And this really just needs to be like a link. Hanging with my rehomies. Feels a little dense right now. It was just the first image that came up when I searched for Galaxy Brain, which I needed for our revolutionary new CQY community. Oh, that's a good question, Lorenzo. It's a little risky, isn't it? Not sure what I was thinking, taking risks like this. All right, you know, deep apologies here, y'all. Don't know what I was thinking. That feels a little better. feels pretty good. That was Sasha. Sadly, not my favorite cat, to be honest, and she disappeared. No prob. Yeah, it was definitely feeling a little funky. I think I'm leaning towards that. Oh, you were referring to the cats, of course. Okay. So far, so good. Yes, we'll get there someday. Actually. Baby Driver is a pretty good movie. I liked it. Alright, what's the problem here? Okay. Well, what if we just did this using an actual progress control? Lovely. Nope, we're now into more difficult territory than if we just did a div. What is cranking my system so hard? Okay, I like that. Okay, so item, we're first going to upload the thumb. We're only going to do this if we haven't already uploaded the thumb. Item.blobs.thumb. And once that's done, we do item.blobs.thumb equals blob name of thumb blob name, mime type of thumb data dot mime type. And then if we haven't updated or uploaded rather the original blob name, then we do a similar thing, but it's a little simpler. We don't have to extract out that data. And we'll set the MIME type to that. Finally, we capture the caption, which is pretty straightforward as well. It's just item.caption. And ID for that was media-caption-index. Okay. Once that is done, the media array should be in good standing, and we just need to do media. Is this media? Let's see. Okay. Let's see if I broke it. First thing we'll test is one without media. Okay, that worked. Now we'll test one image. All right. Client not defined. That might be on account of I need to restart this server. Let's try again. You know what else we need to remember to do is check this on mobile. Client is not defined. Oh, indeed it's not. Config is not defined. Bugs on bugs on bugs. You know, this wouldn't have happened if I'd used TypeScript. Blob name should be a string, of course. Okay. Great. That's working. Let's try 2 posts, 2 images rather. Seems to be working. All right, let's take a quick look at mobile. Seems good. Okay, I think that's all right. I'll have to try it actually on mobile. And then, one more task, and that is to render it. This is where it gets to be fun. I'm going to do a naive version of this first. I'm stoked. The image got, so yes, the image gets resized by dint of whenever we do this right here. What happens is it gets written to this canvas, and then that's what we actually draw from. Now I'm betting that I'm going to need to actually rework that a little bit now that I think about it, because it's adding that black border. That's not good, and it's also establishing a width and height. So I may have to think about that. The other thing is that the original isn't getting resized at all, and probably ought to be. All right, well, we'll worry about that in a moment. Okay, interesting. I feel like it would be nice actually if these images were being sized. We gotta kind of choose how we want these to look, and then we can talk about choosing how it should be sized. So it's like, all right, do we want to do the kind of thing where it goes like flush against the sides? Or do we want to do it like not flush against the sides? But like that, and then like... And then maybe do something like a max height of 200. Want to do that kind of thing? Let's try doing it like this first, and we'll establish a max height on the basis of how the thumbs are expected to get resized, which is probably a 4:3 aspect ratio, I'm thinking. Wasn't there a CSS? Yeah. New aspect ratio property. There it is. Not super well supported, sadly. But we can approximate what that should look like. So the width is about 566 pixels. So 424 would be our max height. It's not quite working yet. Give this one more thought. This may be too clever. May just be smarter to do it just casing the different situations. Yeah, it's a little too clever. Clever's fun, but it's also kind of stupid. It's a dang shame that Flex doesn't support the Flex gap very well. Yeah, can't use gap yet. It's a shame. This approach will work great except for the case of having 3 images, which causes it to be slightly off on the sizing right there. So I gotta counteract that somehow. And that did it. Alright, gotta use the bathroom real quick. BRB. All right. I think I actually need it to be height so that it stays, not max height, so it stays even. No. Losing the evenness actually isn't the worst. Let's try that again. Yeah, actually, that looks pretty nice. Cool.
that gets moved around every once in a while. Haven't figured that out yet. Thanks for the heads up. Alright, now we gotta decide how to display them here. I think in that situation, we actually use a grid. Hmm. Sort of wondering if once you expand it, if it actually ought to be like a like a swipeable carousel. Not sure. Or maybe do they just all display vertically? What if we just did that to save ourselves some time here? Well, no, actually, it's a tough call. Because, like, some part of me kind of feels like it ought to preserve the same behavior when you expand it. I'm going to save some time and just have it do what I'm doing here for now. And then we'll engage with the trade-offs and the merits of something more sophisticated later. Okay, so now we know what the width needs to be. It needs to be about 632 pixels. Let's actually make that 640. little challenging. I think actually, you know, what I really need to do yeah, kitties. It'd be great if you could give me the full code. Ah, there it is. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to remove the canvas from the actual rendering here. And then we're going to generate the canvas off screen to do this resizing behavior. So all this will get moved. Okay, so our thumbs are going to be 640 by 480, I think. God willing, never. Of course, most important thing, get rid of all those semicolons. Can't have that. Hey, Big Tech. Excuse me. Okay, trying to quiet down my sneeze. Well, those thumbs upsize 100 pixel avatars. What do you mean by that? That's sort of odd. I wonder why they did that. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. The image is smaller than the standard thumbnail size. Does it actually save a larger image? No, it'll only downsize the thing. And Indian canvas. Context. To actually, I guess it must be on the actual element. To data. Just give me the. Give me the actual canvas API, please. Okay. Okay, and the last thing we need to do is choose our max width, which we're going to go with 640. All right, fingers crossed that that wasn't a total Charlie Foxtrot. Let's find out. Okay. Maybe I got the casing wrong. I did. That didn't work. I'm not sure why. Coming in at 256 by 256. Why would that be the case? Oh, that actually might be the original size of that image. That's right. That's dumb. Let's try you. Okay. So far, so good. Yeah, that's looking good. now we got to think about how we're going to use captions, and also how we want to make it possible to go to the original on these things. I'm thinking we just... The captions are cool. They're a little big. And they also get a little bit of a sizing issue sometimes, or a positioning issue. But we can fix that. Could also just have them not be, the trick is, since captions are optional, I don't want them to screw up the positioning of things. Could try to set up a thing where they only show up on hover. That might be the way to do that. Okay, that part's working. know, maybe I'll just leave them. How do y'all feel about these captions? Any thoughts on that? Yeah, that doesn't just give me what I want. I'm not looking for meh. They're a little intrusive, aren't they? Maybe we only show them on the expanded view. Yeah, could do it as that, yeah. Just alt text. I don't know though. If it's actually alt text, we shouldn't call them captions. I feel like. Because that's just like, then it just has like kind of no meaning. Like if they're alt text, we should call them alt text. That's true. Alright, let's just do that then. Let's keep our lives simple. And if you click on them, you should actually go to the original. Boy, that was an upgrade, huh? Cool. Alright. Works pretty well. What do y'all think? Ship it? We looking good? Still got a little mixed feelings about, how it's just linearizing them whenever you expand the thing, but I'll probably just have to work on that over time. I'm quite sure this will evolve as we go. Alright, let's do it.
CTZN. Citizen.
Oh yeah, that's something we need to talk about. We need a fav icon. Anybody got any suggestions? I like that idea. It might be hard to get it to the size of a fav icon. I need to hang tight. You can't post the first image before I do. You gotta slow your roll, bro. Nah, I'm teasing. Let me get that announcement. This announcement picture done. While we all get old waiting for this thing to restart. Really gotta do some work on this part of it. It's only 250 databases. It shouldn't be this slow. I'm guessing I got something that's like some kind of overly cautious re-indexing logic or something. Solid blue flag. That's an interesting idea. All right, fingers crossed. Here we go. Ha ha! Let's see how this looks on mobile. I gotta do something about how emojis render on desktop because they look totally fine on mobile, but on desktop they're garbage. Yeah, we're in business. Sweet, y'all. Yeah. It's not officially implemented until Solo has tried it. Hey, this is pretty exciting. I'm stoked. Sharing around to all my friends, as you gotta do. You're getting connection failed when you try to sign up. I was just restarting the server. Maybe try again. Let the cat post commence. Alright, let me see how posting an image on mobile does. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so I just hit a situation where the original is too big. So we're gonna need to figure out how to deal with that. Yeah, it's 2.5 megs. Okay. So it's still not working for you, huh, Todd? Huh. Huh. Do you possibly have an ad blocker running? Because I was able to actually get a situation where the ad blocker was blocking the WebSocket connection because it was like cross origin. And Todd, yeah, I may need to use something like Open Emoji, some kind of special rendering as opposed to just UTF-8. Ah, yeah. Nice. Great. Okay, so two things that need to happen. One is that we need to still get in the same. All right, did you check if? Yeah, so Firefox protected mode wouldn't do it. Is it trying to connect to Citizen.1? Thanks. I'm really sorry that it's not working. I really can't imagine what that is. Yeah, I really can't begin to wrap my head around that one. So now we got to think about like what to do with like. Yeah, I only had it happen because I use like ad block. What I use? Ad blocker ultimate. And for some reason it was stopping that WebSocket. Okay, so two things I need to do. One of them is in the expanded post. We need a little bit of extra space at the bottom. Also need to test. Yeah, it could be useful to try some other browser real quick. Okay, that's working for me. Okay, so now the real question is when you're composing a post, what to do if this image is too big. I guess one way we could handle that is by just not uploading the original in that scenario. Well, I made life a little hard for myself by calling it original. If I hadn't called it original, I would just scale it down, no big deal. But now that kind of gets me in a mind of like, oh shoot, you know? I guess what we'll do is this. Huh. Chrome worked. Yeah, I'm aware of that, Todd. That all needs a little bit of work. Easy, Todd. Easy. No, that's obviously a good idea. What is it doing when you try to join? Shouldn't max out, but I did notice that it's been sitting at 100 for a little bit. Oh! Oh no. I think I know what that is. You joined it, but you're not, it's not acting like you're a member, right? Is that what's happening? Okay, thanks. I'll see what I can do about that. Yep. You're joining successfully, it's just that the client is not downloading the member list beyond 100 users. And so it's misunderstanding the situation. So, and then it detects whether or not you're a member on the basis of whether or not you're in that list of 100 users. And so I need to fix that. Okay, now let me find a big image to test against. Wonder if GIFs would work. Okay, there's one. What is this? No, not that one. Okay, that don't work. You can't publish a photo without text. Ah. You're right, that should be possible. Okay, so I'm going to find this image I captured a while back of the site redesign, which I believe is over 2 megs. Okay, something failed there. Looks like I gotta specify the format. still not working. Why is the factor 0? I know why. Come on. Why would that be happening? Ah, maybe that's why. Get us together. Oh, yeah, actually. It's currently set up so you literally have to. And failing that validation breaks things. Yeah, sorry, Todd. You guess like you're always gonna have to have text. Guess I could remove that constraint, but then it gets a little bit complicated to. I think you're just gonna end up with the potential for empty posts. Not a huge deal, I guess. For now, I'm just gonna leave it as is, though. I strongly agree that it would make sense to be able to just post text, though. For now, you just have to put a space in there or something. Okay.
Citizen.
You know, I wonder if we really ought to put the caption in whenever it's expanded. Yeah, Peter also thought that was a little odd. Alright, you know what? Let's remove that requirement. This is a one-way thing. You can remove the min length requirement, but you can't add it later. Okay. Hang with me just a second, we'll get that done.
Citizen. Citizen.
Got a burp community, huh? Is it ornithol you would ever want? It's a good pun, right? Yeah, I'm restarting the server. Just give it a second. Okay, should work now. Yeah, I know. I know. So, Big Tech, try expanding the post. Like, open it up. All right, all right, all right. You clicked on the post, it pops up, just the image of the caption on scene. Can you link the post to me? Oh, I guess you can't. Okay, 1 second. You're big tech, right? Yeah, you are. You're talking about the one the scientist captured a rare photo. That one, big tech. It's showing up for me, so I don't know. Maybe you need to refresh. All right. That's a pretty successful day, I'd say. Big ol' item I get to check off. You can kind of see why it took so long to get image posts done. That took all day. And I don't think I have any more energy to do anything else from here. Thank you, Todd. All right, well, I'm gonna wrap it, wind it down here, but we'll do our ritual play out. So open for any questions, comments, bug reports, anything anybody wants to bring up before I wrap up the stream. Any questions? Anything anybody wants to talk through? Now's your chance. Yes, there are indeed. And when we get the default role editing, you'll be able to do things like have communities that only like certain roles can post to, or only certain roles can comment on. Might be the mechanism by which, probably the membership mechanisms where it's like invite only will be different. Yeah. First half of this week was all bug fixes and usability. Second half is beginning to get in posts and images, and probably tomorrow I'm going to get post reactions done. And then we'll see when post editing gets in there. At some point it will. And then next week I got to do a kind of a bit of a re-architecture. It'll take a little bit of time. That'll probably be the first half of the week, and then we will start implementing those features. Two megabytes. At least I believe that's what I set it at by default. Yep, 2 megs. And then we'll have to think about if it needs to be bigger for like videos and things, but guessing that's plenty of time for anybody to ask any questions if they got them. So thanks y'all for joining me. I hope you have a great rest of your Thursday or beginning of your Friday, depending on your time zone. And we will kick things off again tomorrow, whenever I get my butt in gear. And fix any bugs. We got a couple bugs to fix, and then let's see about getting those post reactions in there. Won't be too hard to do, I don't think. Certainly a little bit easier, more straightforward than the images. So I think by the end of the day we can get post reactions, and I'm pretty stoked for that too. So, all right, y'all. Have a great rest of your day. See you next time.
Citizen.